this down, does it lose its... That's not good. Just heard it snap.
You just heard
A
it?
little bit of a delay.
Nothing.
Hey, what's going on? 1, 2, be careful here. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Testing.
How you feeling? How you doing, dude? How you doing?
Chicago. They call it a national action for us to support them. On April 1st, their teachers are doing a national walkout in Chicago. And they asked all the other cities to participate and do a national action. So we're doing a national action on April 1st around that, supporting Chicago. Thank you. Hey, I'm fine. How are you? Yes. No, actually, I was home by myself, relaxing. Look, like taking a shower and, you know, just being free and just relaxing. And ate what I wanted to eat. No kids around. Good seeing you. Good seeing you. Hey, stranger.
Oh, and I saw in the news you got a new gig. Yeah. Congratulations. Well, we're gonna listen to Newark. I guess Cleveland needs help. When do you officially transition? Oh, so you're here for a while still. It's kind of, I guess, the start of the new academic year. Okay, so yeah, you get the time to get in there and get settled. Congratulations. Yeah. Videos are going to be out, pick your brain to help get a good, worthy successor for you in the interim. Oh my God. Yeah. And then making sure they have time to intro transition. Just wanted to say hi. Yeah. Oh, Phil. I'm all right. How are you? Good. How you doing? I'm Drew. I mean, good. Yeah, you guys are getting strong. Brenda, not Brenda anymore. I'm sorry. Winifred. And now Isela, you know this brother? She used to work with us, and now she's on. And now she's in Northwood. What are you at large or wards? You're central. There you go. Absolutely. You guys in the loop. That's true. Yeah. Cool. Nice.
check 1. 2, 3, check 1, 2, 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. We're about ready to start. Mr. Soundman, are you ready? Mr. Soundman is ready. Yes, we are here today. My name is Junius Williams. I'm director of the Abbott Leadership Institute at Rutgers University. And I'm very glad to have been asked to moderate this panel today. This is a great panel. And we're going to really get some education here about the state of education in Newark, New Jersey. Now, I want to say that there's a whole range of issues that we will be talking about. So if you came just to hear about the water, this may not be the time. But water is included on the list, of course, but there are a number of issues that you will want to know about. So I want to just tell you who we have up here, as if some of them need no introduction. Of course, Mayor Raz Baraka, the Mayor of the City of Newark. To my immediate left, we have Antoinette Baskerville-Richardson, who is past president of the Newark Board of Education and still a member of the board. Next, we have Keith Kennard, who is executive director of the Newark Housing Authority. On Mayor Baraka's left is Dr. Lauren Wells, Chief Education Officer for the Mayor of the City of Newark. And finally, on the end, we have Andrea Adebowale, who is Director of the Department of Water and Sewer, and this is your panel. So now, if you don't mind, I'm going to sit down and talk to you from here. This is a first of a series of conversation about education in the city of Newark, and we hope that these events spark a citywide dialogue about where we are headed and what we want to see in our schools and in our communities. So the first question to the mayor is this: what is your overall vision and strategy for rebuilding education in Newark?
Thank you. So a little bit in terms of the strategy, I may have to temper it a little bit. We have, I don't want to see it on Channel 7. So obviously, we are trying to get quality education for all of our kids here in the city of Newark. And I think that begins with a number of things, but our strategy is always, well, our vision has always been the same in terms of one, local control. That's something that we've been talking about since day one, and what that means for us here in the city of Newark. And I think sometimes we look at local control just as being able to vote and let our school board have a say-so in what happens. But I look at local control the same way I look at governing the town, the city, because once you have it, it's yours. And then we have to make sure that once we get it in our hands, that it's in a healthy state, that we have everything that we need, economically, academically. We don't want to take control of a school system that obviously has a $50, $60 million hole in it that we can't fix. And then we're complaining to each other about the same things we'll be complaining to the state about now. So those things are important. So a kind of academic strategy around providing supports to our kids, and I think that that's one of our goals, is to create community schools throughout the entire city. And as you know, we're trying to begin in the South Ward. I mean, there's a lot of folks who, so to me it's two different emotions that are involved. There's one emotion that you need to tell people how horrible something is and how you want to tear it down. That's one emotion. Then there's a completely different emotion that it takes to say, I need to fix or build something up, right? Those are two different emotions, right? It's like if you get angry and you throw something off the table and you leave the room and you come back, it's a whole different emotion about, now I have to pick this stuff up, right? So we need not only people to be able to tell us, what's incorrect, but we also need folks to be a part of the conversation in terms of what do we build and how we put this together in a way that's functioning. It is clear that charter schools exist in this city. What we have to do is have a real honest and open, non-emotional kind of discussion about how does this happen without destroying traditional public schools. At this point, we don't have the financial wherewithal, the capacity in NPS to shoulder the kind of expansion that's happening in our city. That's just a fact. As a matter of fact, soon the district is going to be talking about raising your taxes to pay for the things that are happening in the school system, and we have to address that. We have to address this straightforward. I know people don't expect me to say that, but that's exactly, and we have no say-so over that, by the way. With a state-operated district, the citizens have no say-so over what the tax levy is on their schools, because the state can just raise the tax levy at their own will. And we don't really have a say-so in that, which is going to be a point of contention, which is important why we need the kind of revenue in order to sustain our school system. So I just don't have the luxury of thinking about it in terms of we're going to vote and we're going to get the schools back in our hands. I have to think about it in terms of once the schools get in our hands, how are we going to govern it? How is it going to be successful academically, economically? Because once we get them, all the blame is going to rest at our feet, and particularly my feet. So it's important that when we gain control, that we gain it in a way that's self-sustaining for all of us.
I want to ask a follow-up question to Antoinette Baskerville-Richardson. You mentioned return to local control. What do you see as the underlying reason for the ongoing state control of Newark Public Schools? Why are they still here?
Loaded question, and I'll just answer it honestly. I mean, I think that it is a colonial mentality and a desire for the people of Newark not to rule their own destiny. And at the same time, it is, and it has always been about who will control the budget. Newark has, the school district has $1 billion a year budget, and at the end of the day, after salaries and such and certain things, there are contracts that go to somebody, and it's always been about who is going to get those contracts. But I just want to, if I may, just talk a little bit about how we even got into this situation. Because I go back a long time, Mr. Williams. You know, we go back a few minutes here, and there was a certain conditions had to even be created for the state takeover to happen. And part of that, there were a couple of things that happened simultaneously, almost simultaneously within the same time period. One was the advent of charter schools, the charter school law, and the other was a change in leadership in the Newark Teachers Union from a leadership that had been very much against the state takeover to a leadership that was very much inviting to the state takeover. And I'm not saying that this was a conspiracy. I think, you know, some things just happened as coincidence, some things were planned, but the conditions were created at that particular time that allowed the state takeover. And, you know, that allowed us to even get to this point where we are today.
So, given the reality of state takeover and the possibility that someday they will relinquish control, as a member of the board, what do you see as the key priorities for the NPS once the district returns to local control?
The most important thing that any school board does, the most important responsibility is the choosing of a superintendent. So while I could give you a list of things that I think are priorities, of course, graduation rates and the attendance, none of these individual items can really come to fruition in a way that will encompass the vision and the way that the community would like it to happen unless we have a superintendent who is chosen by the board and chosen by a board that's listening to the community. So I think the key thing in the whole process is going to be when we get to the point of choosing a superintendent. We need a superintendent who's going to fight for the things that we hear in our community, but that we're not able to act on because we're always bogged down with other kind of battles. We aren't able to really engage the way that we want to in terms of fighting high stakes testing, and we're not really engaged even the way that we want to with organizing for our community schools because we get bogged down with other things. We need a superintendent who's on board 100% with the community priorities.
The next question is for Dr. Wells. The mayor also mentioned as one of his priorities, community schools. Could you tell us what a community school is and what is the process for selection of the schools that are currently under that banner?
Good evening, everyone. So a community school is a school that is a neighborhood hub. It is at the center of a neighborhood. It develops partnerships with neighborhood organizations, with city agencies, with nonprofits, all with the purpose of bringing more resources into schools to disrupt any of the barriers that students may have to learning. This includes things like after-school programs or programs that may happen before school. It includes partnerships around health and social-emotional support. It includes a deep focus on community engagement and parental involvement in the schools. This is a model, if you would say, though I do have to emphasize that no community school looks like any other community school. There are various types of ways that community schools manifest. Some schools have nonprofits that are lead agencies. Other community schools are driven by principals with a strong team inside of the school that works directly with community partners. In Newark, we have partnered with the National Center on Community Schools, which is a part of the Children's Aid Society, which is an organization that has a very long history around community schools nationally, to help us roll out our initiative and to work directly with the schools that have been chosen as a part of this process. There are 5 schools that have been chosen in the South Ward. You all may remember that in December there was an announcement that we would start this initiative in the South Ward, and those schools are Malcolm X. Shabazz High School, Belmont Runyon Elementary School, Avon Avenue School, Peshine Avenue School, and Louise A. Spencer. These schools were chosen through an application process in which the 7 schools that feed into Malcolm X Shabazz were invited to apply. A committee was put together, the applications, all of the identifying information in the applications was removed, and a diverse group of representatives reviewed the applications and made blind selections on those applications. So now we're at a point where we have 5 schools, we have a technical assistance partner, we have a community engagement plan that includes an upcoming summit that will be held at Belmont Runyon School on April 16th. Technical assistance will begin directly with the schools April 15th, and this will include the full process that it involves in transformation to a community school. That's a needs assessment, doing things like looking at the resources that a school currently has to meet student needs, identifying additional resources, and then developing strategies to bring in partners and programs to meet the needs that the schools themselves and the teams working inside of the schools identify.
School buildings. School buildings. There are a number of buildings that are old. There are some buildings that are unused. Some have been sold, and there are rumors that others will be sold. I think right now there are 12 schools that are projected to be turned over to the Newark Housing Authority. So, Keith Kennard, could you talk a little bit about that? Why is that happening?
Sure. And good afternoon, good evening. Given our expertise at the Newark Housing Authority, we were really asked to come in and to work on the disposition of 12 school buildings. These buildings are obsolete. They're no longer serving Newark public school kids. And at the end of the day, the Newark Housing Authority's role is very limited, and it's midterm at best. Our role is to select developers for the particular projects, and we will then bring those developers or those projects to City Council for ultimate approval. There's a further safeguard, which is the Planning Board must also ultimately approve any project. And in addition to that, I think the primary goal that really should be emphasized is once City Council approves the disposition, then NPS will ultimately take the net proceeds from any sale and reinvest those proceeds back into the 80+ active schools that NPS currently has. So again, our role is to select developers, bring the projects to the city once those developers are selected, and then to ultimately serve as a pass-through for the funds once there is a closing that occurs.
Well, one of those schools is called State Street School. It was built in 1845. There's a plaque there for James Baxter, who was, I don't know if you all know this or not, but he was the first black principal. That's right. And he was a principal at age 19. He served as principal for 40 years, I understand. This school is on the historic register. Shouldn't there be some kind of special consideration for leaving that school as a school and not to be developed by some developer to something else?
I think at the end of the day, of course, whatever final or ultimate development occurs must inure to the benefit of the community. And those are all things that will be taken into consideration. Again, that isn't necessarily the Newark Housing Authority's role. Our role, again, here is very specific, and we really don't have an opinion in that, but again, that is a combination of City Council, Planning Board, our mayor, folks will ultimately have a final say-so in terms of the disposition of the schools, the final purpose, the community purpose, the historic aspects. All of those things I think are important and will continue to be important moving forward, just not necessarily the NHA's role.
Let me ask Andrea Adebowale, who is director of the Department of Water and Sewer. What is the city doing to assist the Newark Public Schools with the water problem?
Good evening. As most of you know, back on March 10th, Newark Public Schools announced that in several of their schools they had tested and they came back with high levels or levels of lead that exceeded the action levels. Once the school system notified the city, we immediately went to those schools and also performed tests. And our tests showed that the levels were not quite as high as actually they were below the action levels that they had gotten from their outside contracted lab. But I would just like to, first of all, just explain that our water does not have lead. We do not add lead to the water in the treatment process. Lead finds its way into the water through our pipes. In a lot of the homes built prior to 1987, there are a lot of old lead service pipes that feed the home. So what that means is that from the main in the street into the property, there may be a lead pipe that services that home. When the water sits in that pipe for long periods of time, lead has a tendency to leach into that water. And that's what creates the lead in the water. That's what the schools found was happening in the school system. Additionally, when you have older schools, you have fixtures and water fountains and faucets that also may contain lead. Because prior to 1987, lead wasn't banned for use in plumbing. It was something that was commonly used in plumbing. But once they found out the hazard that lead presented to the public, it was banned and it could no longer be used in plumbing of any kind. So what we've been doing, the city has been charged with testing all of the points of entry to every school, all 67 schools. So what that means is that we have started collecting samples from the point closest to pre-entry to the school. So we have to collect the sample of the water before it enters the school. And then the school system is charged with testing all of their water fountains, faucets, kitchen taps, bathroom faucets, anywhere that there's water that someone can use. Over the next 2 weeks, we'll be releasing the results of these samples that we've collected. We've been in constant communication with the DEP, which is the Department of Environmental Protection, who is charged with monitoring and mandating what we need to do as a water supply system. They have issued some new directives that we must comply with within the next couple of months. And we also know that within the next few months, all of the state will be in a situation where we have to do 6-month testing. So what that means, every 6 months, we'll begin testing for lead throughout our distribution system.
I want to come back to you, Mayor. What role does the City of Learning, NCLC, play? What role do they play with respect to that thread of work that must be done to improve education outcomes in the city? As you know, their goal is to increase the number of people with college degrees to 25% by 2025. So what role do you see them playing at this time? Okay.
Well, I hope the reporters, when they were taping about the lead, are going to tape about NCLC too. But because I think is, just as important, if not more so, that we have college kids that right now we have about 17% of our population has a college degree. We're trying to push that number to 25% by 2025, which I honestly believe we can get to earlier. NCLC has been, creating an opportunity for all the universities to bring their programs together, to create a pipeline of free college students to begin moving kids from the high school into the university. They made a pledge to do better at advertising more of these pre-college programs through web portals, through more information with parents, to give them opportunities to navigate all of the pre-college programs that the city has and raise that number even higher. NJIT, Rutgers are building dormitories, some of them geared towards recruiting Newark students on an honor roll. So there's all kind of creative programs that they're doing to begin to focus in on these schools to begin to move our kids to a pipeline to school and a career, as opposed to unemployment in jail. And so that's extremely important. And all of the universities are on board. In the city, we have about 50,000 college students in our town. We have to make sure that number is increasingly more Newark kids from these schools that graduate kids in the city. And I think they're doing a great job. They have to do a little better, but I think they're doing a great job. And I do want to add that we're in this building at Central High School because of a sold Newark Public School building. So I think sometimes we get it confused. So I'm honest on both sides. So we just have to be straightforward about the whole thing, right? So we're here. I was in the old Central High School, as a matter of fact, for a year, and that building was sold to NJIT, and we wound up here in this building, which is 10,000 times better, of course. It ain't probably not now. NJIT did all kind of stuff to that building that they probably should have did for us, that is a result of that, and I just think we need to have honest conversations about what's happening.
How about charter schools? What role should charter schools play in the education of children in Newark?
Well, I think the initial idea of what a charter was supposed to be, in my estimation. So, I mean, historically, Newark has had options in the city for a long time. So I just want to say that. Right? So there's been a lot of options in the city. And even before those options, we had African Free School. We had all kinds of opportunities that, of course, didn't get state money. They had to go out on their own. I mean, then the charter school's idea was to be an incubator for new ideas and begin to share those ideas around to kind of help inject the Newark public school system or the public school system with new kind of concepts, ideas, approaches, and I just don't think that has actually taken place, right? So what has actually taken place is now you have almost a separate school system that exists. So the problem is that the city is paying financially. We're paying for both, which is where the issue is. But now the charters exist, so parents have a right to say, just like they have a right to say, I want my kid to go to University High School, they have a right to say, I want my kid to go to North Star. You might not like it, but they have the right to do that, right? So in a democracy, the problem is, so they exist. We're not there trying to take baseball bats and crush the building down. And because you disagree with those parents, doesn't mean that you take away their opportunity. But what we have to figure out is, and what we cannot allow is for one group to be successful at the expense of others, right? And so that's just the honest conversation that we just absolutely need to have. Like, so how if money is being diverted over here, and I think they came up with a formula, which by the way is just not working. The formula that says you get 90% and 10% is going to keep the district whole. So what happens when people expand in large numbers, that 10% does not work, right? And so it has a deleterious effect on the school system. And the original argument was that it's affecting bad schools, so people are leaving bad schools, so they're voting with their feet, they're leaving bad schools to go to good schools. But the bad schools are not the only ones, quote unquote bad schools, are not the only ones being hurt, right? So there are also schools in the city that are doing better than charter schools that are hurt, right? They do better graduation rates, they've done better on testing, they've done better in different ways, but they're also being hurt. If you take schools like university or science or technology, and now even Bard or places like that, it makes it difficult. Or schools that are struggling, been struggling for years to get better and better, like Central has been moving forward and forward and forward and forward, is hurt when you begin to take resources away from schools like that. And I know our immediate reaction is to, if you're a parent in a charter school, to worry about your own child. And if you're a parent, you got a parent at Central, to worry about your own child. And then we in the street, fighting each other. And meanwhile, there are a whole bunch of people up here who you never get to see, right? Who are fueling the flames either through journalism, media, the internet, or other kinds of things that have us like pulling knives out on each other, where ultimately the parents in this community, because everybody be talking about the parents this, the parents got a choice, the parents this. I haven't seen anybody really pull parents in the room and have a discussion with parents, like in a large sense of both sides, to have a real discussion about what we want for our kids in this city in general. All I've seen is special interests, advocates, and other folks, not really parents, in a room having a discussion about their children and taxpayers, about their children and what we're going to do about our kids. You know, because some parents got kids in charter and public and in traditional public schools. I mean, it's real. You know, it's people who I see at rallies for traditional public school, and I know their children in a charter school, right? So it's a fact. I'm telling you facts. So I'm willing to have these like discussions straight up and honest. You know, if everybody's willing to have them.
So, two-part question for two people. Given the mayor's objective to have a conversation about what schools should look like, Dr. Wells, if you could create a model school district, what would it look like? What would be the essential components of a good education in Newark? And Antoinette Baskerville-Richardson, in order to make that happen, what kind of changes would have to be, what kind of changes would have to take place for the Board of Education, logistically and strategically, because all of that would, of course, have to take place under local control. First, Dr. Wells.
So if I were to envision a model school district, I think that the notion of community schools sets us on our way. There are a few things that I would prioritize: identifying and building on strengths, that being of students, educators, principals, and schools, establishing powerful relationships. There's a lot of research out there that points to the fact that inside of a school building, relationships make the difference for student success, for teacher success, and for the success of the overall school. Aiming for high intellectual performance. We talk a lot about test scores. We talk a lot about outcomes, but forget to talk about the process that leads to those things along the way. And if you focus on developing children's intellect and intelligence, you will get test scores. Students engage actively in the learning process, getting away from scripted curriculum, worksheets, and moving more towards project-based learning, active thinking, problem-solving, inquiry, and preparing the folks who work inside of buildings to deliver that kind of instruction to students along a continuum of learning needs, both because they may have special needs, but also because when they arrive to the classroom, they may not have been where you expected them to be, but you still have to work with them and accelerate their knowledge based on the gifts that they bring to the classroom, what they already know, and use that to help them get to the place where we need them to be. Focusing on enrichment versus remediation. The more of something you teach, the more that children are going to learn. So if you focus on continuously teaching the basics and keeping children at lower levels of cognitive thinking, you're going to get lower levels of cognitive outcomes. So we have to ramp up what it is we're doing and focus on enriching children's experience, enriching the content that we bring to them, and enriching the instructional strategies that we use to engage them in learning, and put students' lives at the center of learning. The lives that children live need to situate what they're learning. What that means is it has to be relevant. You make connections to new material and new ideas starting from the vantage point of what you bring to the table, which ultimately goes back to strengths and assets. We tend to view kids in schools, in urban schools, black and brown kids in poor communities as people who show up with lots of deficits, and never talk about what they show up with that is strong, that is important, and that matters. And the more that we talk about those things, the more we will develop strategies in schools that focus on using what they have to get them to the learning that we want them to have. So ultimately, I think that a vision for learning that provides all children with the opportunity to have access to gifted and talented in learning. All kids show up with gifts and all kids show up with talent. It plays out in different ways, and we do have the capacity to organize our resources to enhance that and to make that a reality for all kids.
So, thank you, Dr. Wells. I will try to piggyback off of that a little bit, but I think in terms of the school board, I think it's important to remember that the school board, every board of education, is a fluid body. So potentially every year you could have 3 new members. Of course, it's not that fluid, but it's very important, I think, as we move forward for the Newark Board of Education to really continue to do what I've seen happen over the last 5 years that I've been on the board, is that the board members really take their responsibilities very seriously. It is going to be a big transition from being from an advisory capacity to actually having the weight of the decisions on our shoulders and having to be responsible for the ramifications of whatever happens based on those decisions. So I think it's, again, what I feel like as a board member in Newark, you know, as a, I don't know about other cultures, but as African Americans, children growing up, people say, you have to be twice as good. Well, I feel as a Newark board member that we have to be twice as good, because contrary to popular belief, we're a lot better, just as good or a lot better functioning than many school boards that I have observed, okay? But we have to make sure that we just amp it up, so that we professionalize the way that we deal with each other, and we professionalize the level of knowledge that we have about the operations of the district, because we are going to be responsible. We have to be sure that the strategic plan that we end up with hopefully is one that we want, and if it's not, when we get local control, we have to make sure that we re-engage in that process, and again, that we have a strategic plan that reflects our community and that we think is the best, and that every board member who comes on subsequently will be able to understand and buy into that process. So we need that professionalism, we need that stability, and again, I see it in our board members, and we all just know, and I'm looking at, I just want to acknowledge, just take a minute and acknowledge the board members. If you could just stand up for a second, the board members who are here now, and President Ariana Carrillo, Phil Sullinger, Vice President Marquise Lewis, and oh my goodness, wait a minute, what? Khalida Rashidi, I'm so sorry. Okay, so we thank you so much. We work hard, and I know that, you know, we have to just continue to develop that culture internally in the board so that we work even harder and do even better for the community when we get local control.
Well, Mr. Kennard, you're going to have 12 buildings. And you heard what Lauren Wells said. She laid out a masterful plan for what good education should look like, and a lot of people liked it because they applauded. Suppose some of the people here want to come in with a proposal to create a school or schools just like that and want to attach it to these buildings that you now have. What can they do?
Well, you know, the process is what's key here, and the fact that we really perfect a process that is fair and is reasonable to give everybody an opportunity, whether it be a school, whether it be some other commercial opportunity, whether it be housing or community space. You know, the collective goal here is to ultimately find developers that are going to take these assets, these things that have become obsolete over the years. Many of these schools are well over 100 years old. I've now walked in all of them, all 12 of them, and many of them have environmental issues that rehabilitation just is not going to happen. And notwithstanding that, the fact that they've been vacant for so long, and the fact that some of the buildings are literally falling apart, the reality is we have to find a way collectively to bring these assets back and to help the community that has been surrounded by these assets that have been falling apart also flourish. So, you know, we have 3 collective goals there. And those goals are, again, rebuilding the communities, repurposing these buildings, and if in fact someone's interested in coming in and bidding on and making one of these or more of these building schools, I mean, there's nothing in the process that would prohibit that. But also, we want to make sure, most important, equally as important, that we reinvest, or NPS reinvest, back into the active schools, the schools that have students in them, right now these schools are sitting there and they're also not paying taxes, which is the third most important thing, which is to make sure that whatever happens in the long run, to the extent feasible, that some of these buildings end up becoming rateables and provide taxes to the city of Newark. So I think when you take all of those things into consideration, and you also mix into the pot that we're not looking at prohibitions in terms of future use, we're really looking at what makes sense for each community, then I think we really have a recipe to take some things that have been offline for a very, very long time and put them back online and hopefully make the community a better place.
Can I add to that? Well, I just want to say, like, just on the city side, because ultimately the housing authority was almost like a pass-through. So on the city side, I'm concerned about rateables, number one. So that's the number one issue. I mean, some of these, and I had a discussion with somebody, and we have to make sure we can't be super liberal about this thing, right? Somebody was advocating that kids go to schools into a building that they wouldn't put their kids in, right? Just simply to make an ideological point. So at some point, like, if the school is, like, nobody's going into William H. Brown, and to advocate my kids going to William H. Brown or Dayton Street right now, for that matter, that's in an abandoned area. Like, who would have their kids walk through an abandoned project to go to a school just so you can make a point? It's too much. Like, it gets to be too much. We have to have a discussion about each and every one of these sites. And if people are, if I had my way, it wouldn't be a school, right? So it would be a place where we could get rateables, even if the university wanted it. But, ultimately, if, the community decides that this is what they want and this is what we need in this area, then I don't have any issue with it. But I'm telling you my thinking from the door, to be fully transparent. That's what I believe and what I think, ultimately about what should happen with those properties. That it makes no sense. The only reason the school is giving it to the housing authority is because if they sell the building, they have to give the money to the state. Right. So if they have to give it to the housing authority so we can be able to create an opportunity where the revenue from the building goes to the school system, but the city needs to get rateables as well, right? So and then the flip side of that, there's a lot of people that not in my backyard thing, but some of these buildings have squatters in them. Right? Some of these buildings have squatters in them. They have all kinds of other issues that the city has to abate all of the time, over and over again. So that's an issue that we have to bring up constantly. And once it comes over to the housing authority and comes over to the city side, I'm more comfortable with us having a debate, at least a community discussion about what should happen to the building, as opposed to just leaving it in the hands of NPS, allowing them to make the decisions on their own without the input of the city and the housing authority. So this gives us, to me, more leverage to make decisions about what should happen with the property.
Okay, we've had a lot of discussion, a lot of enlightenment. Mayor, I think you have succeeded in your first goal, which was to have a discussion about what should be happening in education. I think we've all learned a little bit something new here, and now it's your turn in the audience, representatives of the community, to come up and make to ask a question, to make a brief comment. This is what we're going to ask you to do. We don't want any long speeches. We don't want people to take this as an opportunity to campaign for any cause, office, or otherwise. We want just a simple question that our panel here can address and maybe discuss among themselves. As a matter of fact, this may be an opportunity for some of our panelists to ask each other some questions coming off what you asked. So we need to have a microphone, please. You have that? And young man, I'm going to ask you to take that microphone around and give it to people who I recognize. Don't just be getting out there on your own. So would you please raise your hand? I see the first question is here. Yes, ma'am. Hold on. It's not on. The mic's not on.
And the coming of local control, and the fact that we have what it seems to be two separate school systems in the city of Newark, the Newark Public School and the charter school. when we eventually get local control into our city, what oversight will the Newark Board of Education have over the charter schools, since the charter schools have their own private organization running them? So how would this school's charter school system, without Newark kids in it, children in it, what oversight would the Newark Board of Education have over the practices and administration of local charter schools?
All right, I'm going to ask Tony to address that, please.
I mean, the answer is simple, none. Legally, each charter school is its own district. The Newark Public Schools district has absolutely no authority over the charter schools.
Okay, right here. Yes, ma'am. You. Come to the microphone or meet him halfway.
Good evening, all. I want to thank the mayor and the panel for their
Could you tell us who you are, too? I should have asked
I'm
before.
sorry. I should have said that first, but
Yeah.
I wanted to. I'm Dr. Anna Maria Thomas. I am a 39-year veteran retired teacher from the New York City Department of Education. And I really want to commend the mayor and the panel for their presentation, because it really sounds like you're going back to what it should be, a community, which is what New York City needs to do, and we are run by the mayor. But I thank you for, and that's all I wanted to say is thank you, because you're giving me food for thought to take back to New York.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Steve Allen, deacon at Metropolitan Baptist Church, and I'm representing the National Action Network under the leadership of Reverend Sharpton. My question is in reference to the 12 buildings being sold to schools in the city of Newark. What's going to happen to that revenue? We have a deficit. We have almost $100 million deficit going on. Will any of the money from the sales of this school, will it be able to go in to bring down the deficit, so when we do take local control, we'll be fiscal responsible?
So, yeah, hopefully. The fact of the matter is, as we speak right now, we don't know what those schools are even going to sell for. So I want to put a reality check out there that these are very old buildings with environmental conditions, and so we don't know. But when the revenue comes in, again, Housing Authority is a pass-through for that revenue back to NPS. And Newark Public Schools has said to me that their #1 priority is to deal with conditions in their current buildings where they have Newark students that they have significant problems, whether it be, walls crumbling down or roofs caving in or whatever that is. That's their #1 priority. But really that's an NPS issue, but all of those proceeds netted out will go to NPS to deal with NPS issues.
All right, next question is right here.
Good evening. This question goes to Mr. Kennard. You stated a few things about the developer. One, how are you going to solicit the developers for the project? Will you be soliciting local developers before you sell a property? Will we be able to review the developmental plan for that property? And also, after we have a development plan under the Section 3, will the residents be a part of the construction, and what will be the process for the contractors to be a part of that development?
So that's a good question, and the simple answer is yes. We will be putting out a procurement for development of the properties. That will be a public procurement that all can see and respond to. Once that procurement goes out, then developers will come back in, they'll provide their responses, and eventually, again, the NHA will have nothing to do with the actual development. Once that part is finished, once City Council finds this is the way to move, then those things will actually obviously deal with local hiring and all of those things. It's not an NHA project that deals with Section 3. It's a City of Newark project that deals with local hiring. So those things will be in place just like all other projects that are developed within the City of Newark, but it will be a public procurement process.
Next question is right here.
My name is Bernard Rollins. I live in West Ward. I'm a taxpayer here in the city of Newark, and I work in Newark. Graduate in New Jersey Institute of Technology, both undergrad and master's degree. I was lucky to work in New York in 2006 under the leadership of Parsons Bucknell. I was responsible for the inspection in New York schools across the 5 boroughs. And it was something that we had to report back to the Schools Construction Authority. The condition of the schools, the physical, the entire physical infrastructure we had to report on, architecture, mechanical, and electrical, and construction-wise, what was going on, what's supposed to happen, so that we can source money from the state government and the federal government, so that the schools that are old, the oldest school that I inspected is 1906. I don't know if Newark have any school as old as 1906 or older than 1906. But what has happened is that the New York schools was able to invite philanthropists and other representatives to join with the city to maintain those schools, which they found to not be accommodating for academic work.
Okay. We're gonna take that as a point with respect to philanthropy. Is it a possibility that we can invite some philanthropists to come forward, plus state and federal grants, to rehabilitate some of these buildings, Mr. Kennard?
Again, so the answer is yes, but the process will ultimately let individuals, developers, teams, groups all respond to a public solicitation. I'm hoping for creativity with some of these responses. I'm hoping that, teams come up and decide to do some, wonderful things. But the process is not going to prohibit anything in terms of ideas to come to the table and get looked at.
All right, there's a lady in the back there. Yes, she's had her hand up for a long time. Keep walking, keep walking. Yes, you. Yes, on the left side, you. No, I'm talking to you who said her right there. I'm talking to you. Oh, all right.
Muy buenas tardes. Yo vengo de la escuela Wilson Avenue. Mis niños asisten allá. La preocupación de mí es en qué momento van a tomar, ¿cómo se dice? Medidas sobre el plomo que encontraron muy alto. Otra es que no están haciendo nada porque en la escuela Wilson ha habido problemas sobre el gas. O sea, yo como madre, yo no estoy tranquila al saber que hay todo ese problema en la escuela Wilson.
Okay, could you pause for translation?
Yes. She's a concerned parent from Wilson Avenue School. Her question is, what are the measurements that you guys are going to take for lead? There's been a high level of lead in Wilson Avenue, and on top of that, gas leaks in a Wilson Avenue school. She's worried about her kids.
Who wants to answer that? All right, we're going to ask the water director to address that.
Well, again, Newark Public School System is responsible for taking the corrective action for the lead in the drinking water in the schools. We can provide assistance to them. Like I said, we're testing the point of entry prior to entering the school. You're concerned about gas leaks, you can call our 4311 number and we'll have someone come out and investigate, and we'll also, I'm sorry. I can't speak to what the Newark Public School System is going to do about the lead in the water. I'm from the city.
All right.
So
I'll answer some of that.
All right. Yes, Mayor.
So one, I know that we are, with all of the schools, we've been helping provide water, but also we're testing the kids. There's, opportunity for you to come get your child tested that we've been providing, with the city's dollars and not the state's. But we are making that available to you. We're also, this morning, had a conversation with our state delegation about supporting a bill that would create opportunities for us to raise the dollars that we need to fix the pipes in these schools, not just in Newark, but all over the state of New Jersey, which includes Wilson Avenue School. Hopefully we can, that's part of a strategy that we're talking about now. And I don't want to put the dates out there, but that's what we're doing. It's Assemblywoman Huddle's bill out of Bergen County that the Essex County delegation is organizing around to try to get the monies necessary to fix the pipes or the water infrastructure in these old schools and around the state to help us in that area. In the meantime, we are helping provide water to the school system, and we are testing all of the children to make sure that we can assuage any anxiety that you may have regarding your child.
There's a flyer outside that you can pick up with the information for the testing on it. Every Saturday, the month of April, there will be a testing site at 4 different schools, and so that information is outside and you can pick it up and take it with you.
I'm just concerned about that gas. Now, what did your principal do about that gas leak? And while because that's something...
She should call us so we can come out and
yes, I would suggest that they call the city department of...
You call the 4311 number and we'll come out and we'll call PSE&G, as a matter of fact, to get
yes.
That's what needs to come.
Have the city call PSE&G about that gas. If the principal hadn't done that, that's something the parents ought to do. Young man here with the very colorful shirt.
Yes, thank you. My name is Mr. Willie. I live up on Frelinghuysen Avenue. And one of the greatest things for urban education that has ever been created, right, was created by the Black Panther Party when they created the breakfast program for kids, so that when they go to school, they wouldn't go to school hungry, right, and they can do better learning with some food on their stomach. So as we know that when kids go to school, they have to come back home. And my question is with the lid. How do we know how safe our water is in the whole city of Newark? Because if the pipes inside that lead from the reservoir to the other homes in the city of Newark are over, 1987, right? How do we know that water is safe? And will there be testing for residents? Because you have Flint, Michigan, you have Detroit, Michigan, you have Pontiac, where lead is all in the water for everybody there. It's just a catastrophe, And so we also know that many of the infrastructures in all the major cities inside the United States are old because they're not investing no money in them. So I don't want my child to go to school and drink clean water and come back home drink dirty water.
Okay, Andrea.
Well, let me just say, the water that we deliver is safe and it meets all state and federal regulations, and we are in compliance. Basically, your question was, how do you know? We are required by the state and the EPA to test our water for lead compliance. Currently, we're on a 3-year rotation. We did this testing in 2015, where we tested over 50 different locations throughout the city of Newark. Most of those locations came back with levels below the 15 parts per billion, the action level for lead. So we are in compliance by federal and state regulations for lead. We test all over the city, the entire city. Throughout each ward, we sample the water. Additionally, since this has become a public concern, we have been offering free lead testing of your home. We just ask that you email us at our email address, which is water&sewer, and spelled out, at ci.newark.nj.us.
Okay, what? Last part of the email. Would you repeat it again?
Yeah, it's water and sewer at ci.newark.nj.us. We also, just want to say, we also publish an annual water quality report that gives you a summary of all of the testing that we do on an annual basis and the results.
And when will that come out again?
We send them out every year between April and June. The one for last year will be coming out mid-April, early May.
Okay, anybody on this side? I'm trying to switch back and forth. All right, question here.
How you doing, bro? My name is Charles Neal. I've been a resident of the Newark Housing Authority. I was born and raised in Housing Authority, all right? I'm going back to 1970. They were testing us for lead in 1970. So for the city, the state, and this country to not say they did not know about the lead problem in Newark is straight BS. They were bringing us to Dayton Street School 1970 to get tested for lead because they knew that lead was going into the pipes of the housing projects back in the 70s. How they tried to pull the wool over our parents' eyes, they said it had to do with pencils. But our parents wasn't stupid. They knew that it was lead in the water. And right now, today, the issue has come front and forward in front of this panel right now.
Okay, well, we're going to take that as a comment, and we appreciate your insight and your history on that.
Yes, sir.
Anyone on, well, right here, Ms. Witcher?
Thanks for convening this meeting, which gives the community a chance to have input and to perhaps get answers to their questions. My question may be rhetorical at this point, but I am a retired teacher in Newark Public Schools. I'm a product of Newark Public Schools. I'm a product of the Housing Authority too. Tonight I wanted to say that I remembered when we first went to state takeover and Dr. Beverly Hall came, and when she left, there was a deficit, $73 million or more. And now Superintendent Anderson left and serves at $75 million school budget deficit in Newark. So the question is, who will investigate the missing funds and who will be held accountable for those missing funds?
Well, I don't know if I can answer as far as who will investigate, but I think that it's not a secret as to how the deficit occurred. And a lot of it goes back to what the mayor was, I'll say, alluding to in terms of the fact that the increase in students going to charter school has a devastating effect on the Newark Public Schools budget and adds to the deficit. In addition to that is, well, in addition to the charter school piece is the One Newark plan, which basically had a devastating effect because of the types of reforms that it instituted that caused a large pool of teachers and administrators to be formed, that had to be paid, that the former superintendent, and I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, you probably know this, that the former superintendent had all intentions of firing, but she was not able to do so legally, so she created a pool of people that she had to pay. This created another large part of the deficit. So I cannot say, you know, what will happen, but I can say that it's very clear where the deficit came from, where the majority of the deficit came from, and it's very clear that a lot of it lies at the feet of the past superintendent, Cammie Anderson, and it's also very clear, as we all know, that the present superintendent was the commissioner of education at that time, so it falls at the feet of Christopher Surf also.
All right. Question on the right.
Good evening. I'm Patricia Bradford, a lifelong person of Newark, born, educated. We know now that the attendance is horrendous for our children because the superintendent felt a need to get rid of drug counselors, attendance counselors, guidance counselors, everything to do with children and their behavior. We saw that the law department, the courts, ruled that we never should have gotten rid of those people. How will the board replace these people? And secondly, your community school, that's only a description of what we had from, I went to Charles Street School in Newark. We used to go to school in the morning, before school programs, after school programs, and we know that works. So now here we are reinventing the wheel. We know kids should go to school in their neighborhood. Taking them all the way across town makes them late. If they're not going to be late, they decide to be absent. So I'm trying to understand out of all of this, when are we going to put our school system back together under that umbrella you're talking about, community schools, and let our children now again go to school across the street or around the corner within walking distance, especially when there's inclement weather and all of these things. So when will we get attendance counselors back, and when will we get our community schools back?
All right, Dr. Wells.
So I think that that's exactly what we're trying to do, is set a pathway to putting our schools back together, and it's tied to local control, right? This conversation about community schools or about anything that had to do with a community-driven, community-supported, board-led model of school reform hasn't been a discussion for the last 20 years. And so right now we're laying the groundwork so that when local control is returned, we've set a direction for the district that says this is the way we believe that our school system should be organized. These are the principles that we think should be the organizing principles of our schools. These are the practices that we think should be in our schools. These are the relationships that we think should be in our schools. You're absolutely right. The attendance issue is outrageous, right? It's severe, and community schools in other places has been shown to be a method of addressing chronic absenteeism and pulling kids from the little ones all the way through high school back into school buildings and having the resources there to do that. In a future-minded district, I would think that the district would be organized to have all of the support systems that we need centralized to support schools so that they can bring kids back into school, provide them with the social emotional resources that they may need. I've been in schools in the last couple of months that are not part of the South Ward Community Schools Initiative that are asking for this to happen for them, that are saying we need behavioral supports, right? We need to get these things in our school buildings as well. So you're absolutely right. This is something that has been done. This is something that families know they need for their children. This is something that principals know that they need, and that teachers also know that they need additional support so that they can focus on what they need to do in the classroom, which is teaching.
Young man on the right. You, yes. Our youngest questioner so far.
My name is Emily King, and I go to Oakland Court private school. we've been having to bring in a whole bunch of cases of water, but the problem is the water has been running out very fast, and we've been thirsty for the past week, and we haven't had no support. So my question is, when will
What school do you go to?
Newark Vice Core School.
Okay.
My question is, when will the pipes and lead be flushed out, and when will the pipes be rebuilt so that our kids of the North could drink from the water fountains again?
So let me just answer that. Newark Boys Chorus is not on our list. We can come over there and check. Newark Boys Chorus is like you said, is a private school, so the city hasn't been supplying water over there to Newark Boys Chorus School at all. So I mean, that's a discussion that we have to have with the board over there, the trustees who govern Newark Boys Chorus School, and we could get over there and find out what the situation is over there. But I know we haven't. I know that the Newark Public Schools has not tested that over there because it's not a part of it, and the city hasn't tested it either. So we can go over there to the school and figure out what the situation is and how to help out. But we are waiting desperately to get the money that's necessary to fix the pipes in the state too. I mean, I see there, you know, so these are ongoing meetings. It's not the only one, and some people have just joined us. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about some other folks who are taping and tweeting. But these meetings have been going on and on and on and on, and we're going to have many more at that. And I know there are folks that get pleasure out of our issues, but ultimately, we are here collectively to try to fix what it is that we need to get fixed in the city. And we'll be over there tomorrow morning. After I leave Weekway, I'll come over there.
Thank you for that question. Yes.
Hi, my name is Marcella. I work in Patterson, which is also a state-run district, and I just wanted to bring some awareness to the plan to manage equity.
Oh, thank you.
And because we were talking about social and emotional, support, and that comes with funding. And if you look at that plan to manage equity, it doesn't quantify anything. It says stuff like appropriate guidance counseling, but it doesn't quantify it. So I've been advocating for a full-time SAC counselor in every building, because I know in my school building, a girl was killed right in front of a student was killed right in front of our building. We only have a SAC counselor on Tuesdays. So if you want to look into that piece, because I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to it.
Thank you.
Okay, take that as a comment. Thank you very much. Any other hands? Okay, back to this side. Yes, sir. I'll get you next.
Thank you. My name is Harvey Klein. I'm a laboratory director at Garden State Labs. We do testing. I actually came to this forum to hear about the water, but that's not what I'm going to speak about. My mother was a teacher in the Newark Public Schools back in the 1940s, and I know my mother and I agree completely with what Dr. Wells said, and that is that every child has a gift. Every child has an asset, and that's what should be promoted, and that's how you move forward, and that was so correct and so right on. I just wanted to compliment you on that specific comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
You had a question.
Oh, he already asked a question? All right, somebody who hadn't asked a question. Yes.
Yes, sir. Question. In this new initiative for the schools, community schools, have they considered changing the textbooks to put us in the textbooks from day one? We've been here for 350 years, but we're not in the textbooks. We have to be in the things. If you're talking about our kids, can't see themselves, sure, they're going to be upset. We need to have the entire curricular books that are sent to us show us in there. Thank you.
So if I may, Sir, so on the school board, I serve as the chairperson of the Program and Instruction Committee, which covers just what you're talking about. And each and every month, I bring to the table about the implementation of Amistad, but I have to be quite honest with you. It has to come not just from me, it has to come from people such as you coming to this meeting, thank you, but also to the school board meetings where the superintendent and the other people are, because when I go to the table and I say, this is what I hear from the community everywhere I go, it doesn't mean as much as when you come and when you say it, and it's not just hearsay from me. So what I'm saying, it has to happen, but it's going to take public pressure also. And when I say public pressure, it's going to take, as you did tonight, also at board meetings, also emailing, making phone calls, whatever. Amistad must be implemented fully in our district, but I need your support to make that happen.
And I just want to add that when you go and you walk through community schools across the country, you see the culture of the kids who are in the building reflected throughout the school, right? So you'll see art that comes from the different countries that the children come from. You'll see the languages that the children speak at home around the school. You'll see murals that represent national heroes and people who have done amazing things in the cultures where the kids go. And so I think that part of the community schools process, the needs assessment and all the planning that they go through, lead a school collectively to the place of saying, okay, we've done all these things. We've gotten doctors in the building, we've gotten dentists in the building, we've got school psychologists, we've got after school programs. Something still is not right. And people really begin to start to look at what's going on inside of the classroom and the content, and the kids start to talk about it, and they start to say things like, I want to see myself in the books. I want to write about what's interesting to me. I want to connect this to my life and to what happened in my neighborhood. And that's really what community schools is all about, is bringing all of the elements of a child's life together so that you can develop a school and an environment that is enriching to the kids and that celebrates who and what they are in the communities that they are in and that they represent.
Question to you. Have you asked you haven't asked a question? Yes.
For the fourth district leader. You said that there was a selection process for the schools. How was it selected? Because, you know, we would like to know as far as taxpayers. Weekway should have been somewhere in the mix in the South Ward. The statement that I'm about to make now is that I believe we as citizens have left it in the hands of too many people. Parent-teacher associations, we have been into the schools. The teachers were afraid of being fired because of threat and harassment. The time has now come that we need to have a parents' taxpayer authority that oversees everyone who is speaking on behalf of our kids. So I'm petitioning to our citizens that we create a parents' taxpayer authority, because you cannot sit here and have these buildings that close. Keith Kennard, we've been to your meetings, the feasibility studies. What's going on with South Border? They're selling diabetic strips to the citizens now. So how much are we going to continue to watch the buildings be closed, our kids relocated? When the census come up, how are we going to be benefited so far as Newark when the census come up for the South Ward? So I'm asking, once again, that we stop acting like a secondary community and we become an authority.
All right, I'll take that as a comment. There's anybody else who hasn't asked a question? This lady in the middle.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I'm G. Curitan, West Ward District 13 leader. Next door, University and Fairmount lead, which is a community-based network. My question is to the mayor. I would like for us to really have a water and infrastructure forum, whereas the panelists would be people that are have background in environmental protection, lead information, and those kind of authorities. Is this possible? And having something like this information would dismantle a lot of fear.
Right.
We need information. And I think really the information that has been put out, if you have the internet, yes, you probably know what's going on, but what about people that don't have access to social medias and internet systems? I would suggest like the robocall?
Yeah.
Something like that.
I did it once.
And direct mail, PSAs, announcements and things like that about what's going on, because if we don't get the information, that creates a lot of anxiety and fear. And we understand clearly that the problem is not a water problem. We know that. It's the age infrastructure. And people want to know what is being done, and you did express that, and we appreciate that, with the information that you have been doing and what you've been giving us. But a lot of people are still afraid. Should they still drink water, or should they still drink their tap water, or should it run for 5 to 10 minutes, or 1 minute to 3 minutes?
Okay, let the mayor answer that.
Well, I agree with you. We can have that panel. I do, however, think Andrea is equipped. She's like smart enough to be able to deal with those questions. That's why we asked her to come here. But I don't want us to belittle her authority. She does have information. But we want to, if you want to get a board of a panel of just like engineers and other folks like that, we can do that as well. Those are the people who actually work for Andrea that we'll be bringing as well up here. But she's a humble African American woman, but she's very, very intelligent. That's for sure. She has. It does matter because all the folks that we're asking for, and I understand that is trying to quell people's fears and anxiety. But the reality is, she does know what she's talking about. But we will put up another opportunity to have a board, and I'll come to like we do the regular town halls. I'll come over there to Georgia King Village area, to so forth and so on, to the schools like we do to the other ones. This is probably our 8th meeting, but I'll come over there to Georgia King and go around with that specific board to talk about just have more experts on there and not everybody else just focusing on the water only.
Okay, we've got, I see my mother, Ms. Holder, is in the back. Would you let her ask a question, please? And then followed by Michelle. Is that Michelle Morgan? M&M is in the house. We'll have those 2 questions, please.
This is Quick Daddy. I have the concern that Camden's had been carrying water for over 7 years in the schools. So I want to know if the mayor and
2002.
Anyone else even longer.
Camden, you mean Camden Street School?
No, Camden, the city of Camden, the school
2002.
System. Yes,
right.
And I want to know if the if our senators and our congressional leaders have had any discussion with you, Mr. Mayor, as to any kind of funding from the federal government, any kind of sources coming in, because I'm thinking that it's going to cost us upward to almost $1 billion to fix this problem, and I don't think it's fair that anyone should grow up with bottled water in their schools.
Right, so it's more than $1 billion. And Camden is not Newark, so it's not going to get the same kind of play that we get. We're going to get everybody coming here. They never going to leave. But Camden has had lead in their water since 2002, and they're still getting bottled water today. After all of these years, they're still being given bottled water. We don't want to give our kids bottled water in the city for the next 14, 15 years. So I did have a conversation this morning with Assemblywoman Spencer. I did have a conversation with our senators around, and prior to that too, around a few things. I know the Assemblywoman who's in charge of the environmental committee is trying to divert some dollars specifically to Newark to deal with our water system on one side. On the other side, we were all trying to pool together to support Assemblywoman Huddle's bill out of Bergen County to get it on get it out of the committee before April 4th and try to get it voted on the floor. She has to accept some of our amendments, but that bill basically puts a 10-cent deposit on all plastic bottles. You get to turn a bottle in, recycle, and get the 10 cent back. Of course, everybody is not going to do that. So the folks who don't do that, the money will be put into a fund that the state controls. And we're putting an amendment to say the monies out of that fund will be used to improve the water infrastructure throughout the state of New Jersey. People are beginning to find, that's why the state has now made a decision to test every school in the entire state around lead, because they are making discoveries that this issue is not just a Northern Jersey problem. I wish they'd tell some other people, but the reality is there has to be a statewide fix to this. Newark can't be responsible for billions of dollars to fix the water system that we obviously do not have.
Michelle?
Okay, my question is just really quick. I just wanted to know, when you pay your water bill online, there's a $6.75 fee to pay your water bill online, which is really high and ridiculous.
We don't get it. Go ahead.
Is that money going towards fixing this? I mean, why is it so high? And is it going towards flushing out the pipes, or what is that?
It's not.
No, that charge is the third-party company.
Right, that's not.
That's processing the payment. We don't. They have to process the payment for us. If you do the e-check, it's a little bit cheap. I think it's only 99 cents or $1. So when you do the credit card, they charge. It's a percentage of the actual amount that you pay. So that's like the third party. It's like when you go to any of your other bills and you pay. Sometimes you charge a fee in order to process that credit card. It's because we have a third-party company processing the credit card.
So in short, no, we don't get any of that money.
We don't get that money back.
It doesn't come to us, and we, it goes to the people, the administrator of the system.
All right, we got two questions right here in the front.
But can I just say quickly, if you recall last year we did do a rate increase, and that was part of the reason for the rate increase was so that we can put together a capital program to improve our infrastructure. And I also want to say that our water is safe. We made the recommendation that people run their water for 30 seconds to 2 minutes, just as a precaution, because when your water sits in your pipe stagnant for several hours, anything can, it just has a potential for anything to leach in the dirt or whatever. So we just say run it, but it's not that it's not safe to drink. And I also want to say that when the lead and copper rule was enacted back in 1993, we were required to do extensive testing of our water and sampling of our water to make sure that we were in compliance. And we had to come up with additive to add to the water to control the corrosiveness of water, so that when the water passes through a lead pipe, the lead doesn't leach into the water. So we did that, and we met all state and federal requirements, and we are confident today that the water that we deliver is safe to drink and to use. But unfortunately, as we sit here today, we know that our homes, many of our homes precede 1987. A lot of us are living in homes built in the 1930s and 1940s. And back then, you had the lead service pipes. So unfortunately, it's once the water starts to enter into your home is where it can potentially pick up the lead. But it's not to say that it is picking up the lead. And like I said, if you want to have your water tested, we're more than happy to provide that service free of charge. But we do want to encourage you that the water is safe. The water that we deliver is safe.
Okay, two questions here. Jackie?
Oh, my name is Jacqueline Master-Calder. I hope, Kennard, I'm talking to you, because they knocked down, they took those people's houses on Hawthorne Avenue. They took those people's houses in the West Side. They took those people's houses on Ridge Street, and they did not build no school. They took 18th Avenue, and that money did not go back into the school system. It went to the state, and the state did nothing. The people from the state stole the money, and we still don't have no schools. So what I think you need to do is go and start getting your contractors to build the school on Hawthorne Avenue that they were supposed to build, the one at West Side that they're supposed to build, and the one in the West Side, Ridge Street. Because they took the kids were going to school at Bergen Street School, and they threw them out, sent them to Maple Avenue, where they closed Maple Avenue at, and they threw them down here at Belmont Runyon, and they're going all around the world, and they're not going anywhere. We had Montgomery was a school that for special needs, where they had the auto body, they had kitchen, they had different things. They had stolen our resources, and they just throw our kids everywhere. And what Tony don't want to say, but they make their salaries go up, and our kids still ain't learning.
All right. Do you care to comment, or should we take that as a comment, or what?
I can't really address it.
All right. Well, that is, I can testify to that. You're absolutely right, but Mr. Kennard wasn't here at that time. Were you? All right. All right. Well, you want then you on the spot. Talk about those housing projects you were torn down.
Well, I was here for some of them. I mean, a lot of housing was obviously torn down before I got here, but there are some communities like Baxter Terrace and Seth Boyden that have been depopulated or torn down since I've been here. At the same time, there's been a lot of housing that has been built since I've been here. Millennium Way, Cottage Place, City View Landing, North Point, South Point. There's been a long list of Montgomery that has been built in the last 10 years since I've been here. But the reality on the housing point, we just don't have enough time, unfortunately, here. This isn't that forum, is there's another discussion that needs to be had on housing, which is that from a federal level, the funding is not there. The funding is simply not there to support 100-year-old, 80-year-old housing anymore. So some of the issues that you're seeing creep into the schools that are old and everything else have clearly crept into the housing stock. And unfortunately, you are stuck with the decision between giving people Section 8 vouchers and letting them decide where they want to move, building some new housing, but most importantly, taking down distressed housing that is no longer suitable for people and families to live in. And again, we don't allocate the funding to ourselves. The federal government provides funding to housing authorities, and that funding has been cut dramatically each year for 14 of the last 15 years. I think it was 13 for the last 15 years. So what you're seeing is the impact of those funding cuts at a national level.
Okay, we're going to have that discussion further at another town meeting. I'm sure the mayor and Mr. Kennard will ask you all to come back. Next question.
We all know that sensationalism sells.
Tell us who you are.
I'm Dana Murray, resident of Newark. We know that sensationalism sells, and now with the upcoming election, the rhetoric is crazy. I want to go back to a point you made about parent conversations. This is so close to my mind. So many of the conversations that happen in Newark are among policymakers, troublemakers, and people who just want to incite. There's very little conversation among everyday parents. And what happens is with teachers and parents is they're the real people who know what's going on in Newark. And they're never really at the table. They're never really the people on the dais. And I feel like that was something you said. I really want to know what the city is committed to doing, to having real, robust conversations without the other people in the room, but just parents and teachers from district charters and private schools talking about the issues that matters most.
So we are, I agree with you. So I want to say I agree with that. We are trying to work along those lines. I know in the South around the community schools piece, we're trying to talk to parents there and talk to principals there and hopefully some teachers there as well. We want to be able to expand those conversations and have a larger conversation. Unfortunately, when we put out conversations, everybody is just going to come. You know, everybody benefits from that. The media is going to come. Everybody's going to come because, you know, at some point that sells stories. It draws people to their website. It does whatever they need to get it done. And interest groups in the city are going to come out to that too. I mean, the only way that we probably could begin to organize those is through schools and begin to get sets of schools to come. parents to come and invite parents that have kids in the charter community to those schools too, because I think honestly we do need to have honest discussions without the sensationalism or people trying to sell something to us, to have a straight discussion about what's happening in our schools, what's happening with our children, what's happening with these buildings, because everybody has their own philosophical idea about what should go on, and they're going to push their point until it's heard, and that's usually what the issue is, right? So some of the people that are now advocating for local control were some of the loudest people who were telling the state to come take our schools. I know this because I was here, right? I was a teacher then. I was a teacher in Newark Public Schools and saw some of these people out here who are now at these rallies and meetings, riling people up, who were some of the main characters telling people that the state should come take our school system. So, I'm a little wary of folks sometimes of that when I see them. And the reality is we need to create a forum, and we're still trying to figure out how to get that done. And if you can help, if people are willing to help orchestrate those kinds of meetings, we absolutely positively need to have it. So our panels are going to be is entitled A March Toward Local Control. So we want to have these kind of robust discussions about local control, not about kind of sensational issues that bring everybody out so we can argue, but what is the school system going to look like when we have it? And that is what we need to be talking about. What is the school system going to look like? Once we get it, we're going to have to deal with the funding issues. The $70 million hole belongs to us. So whether you want to sell a school building or not, that's something that you're going to have to think about, because the state is not giving you any money. You see what the governor is allowing to happen in Atlantic City. He has no sympathy for what we're dealing with in this town. So if we have a $70 million hole, it's going to be our problem. The lead in the schools, we're dealing with it. The city is dealing with the lead in the schools. Nobody else is really dealing with this. We are dealing with it. So these problems belong to us, right? From old buildings to old infrastructure, to the folks that are not being taught in the schools, to the lack of attendance counselors, to community schools. We're going to have to own it and put it all together, whether we like it or not. We want local control. That's what local control means. Like, now you're going to have to run the place. And then we have to have these discussions about how we run the place.
Mr. Williams, if I may.
We've got two.
I just want to add just a
Go
quick comment. I think, Ms. Murray, I appreciate your comment, because I think one of the most important, if not the most important type of conversations that we have to have if we're going to really move forward and make progress is about pedagogy, is about what we teach, how we teach it, how we're being guided by research and how we do that, not just like is traditional school, public school better, or is charter school better? Right. But we have to look at practices, and we have to look at what is actually good for children academically, as well as how we build good citizens, how we build citizens who are proud of their city, and who hopefully, some of them want to stay and to help build this city. So I think that these are the conversations that we need to have above and beyond everything else. What kind of discipline policies are we using in our schools? Do they help build better citizens, or are they just for compliance for the moment? Those are the conversations we have to have.
Okay, we've got two questions here. The young man in the yellow shirt, and then street. You have a question? Our next youngest speaker.
My name is Keon. I just have a question about the lead. They said that the water would be on today, and they said, but you still can't drink the water. I just want to know is the water on to be tested, or what?
What school?
Because I'm not for sure. Cleveland Elementary School.
Okay.
So the district is testing every school. The DEP, they're testing every school now. So the information will be coming back shortly about your school. So they're testing all of the schools. So outside of what the private contractor did, the state is going to test the schools now. So we'll have that information very shortly.
Thank you for that question, young man. Street.
Good evening. Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the young lady there when you was talking about the information with getting all this news out. All right, very good. I would like to respond to that. They have a number in the City Hall. It's no secret number. It's 973-733-6400. Let me tell you why I'm giving out that number. This ain't no dial 1 for Kathy, 2 for Bob, and some soft music come on and put you to sleep. That number, I work in the City Hall through my movement when I do have time. I watch them and the council people. You have a few in here now taking notes. It's to help y'all because that's what they do. And beyond. And I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that for a reason, sis. It's people that come down to City Hall that still walks up the steps. This deep. And that's been long gone. So what I'm saying to all the people that's here, I keep seeing the same people thinking. Start coming down there and see it for yourself. They help you. I see them work. Okay? So again, 973-733-6400. Anything that you want to know. Anything, they'll get to you. I yield.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have one more question here. Oh, somebody in the back has not asked a question?
This lady right here too, right here. Did you have your hand up there? She had her hand up too.
Who?
She didn't answer the question. Young lady right here.
Oh, in the black?
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to go to her first because he's already asked the question.
I can be loud. My name is Molly. I work with Iron Rock Community Corporation. I appreciate the panel and the conversation. And I know the mayor has spoken about it quite often that Newark is a diverse city, and that includes language diversity.
It's true.
And so it is extremely important that information is translated, that meetings are translated, and to date, one of the only forms that has been is the initial letter that went out to parents that was translated. All of the sampling results, all that information that's on the district site, which I appreciate that it's up, mind you, and it's released public, but it's all in English. And even the form, again, for the testing site that was just given to the parents is in English. And so, you know, we're a city of multi-languages, and I think it's important that we make sure that our resources and our meetings reflect that.
So is that on our stuff or is the district stuff?
It's a mix. So
Both is like that?
yes, the letter that you gave to the parents that was about the testing site, that's all in English.
Okay, that's us.
What that means.
Okay.
And so that's why it's really important that we translate everything in at least a bare minimum in Spanish. And we know each word is Spanish and Portuguese, but at least in Spanish. And that includes any notification that goes out. Because otherwise, there's community organizations that have been doing that. So I just want to make
Right.
Absolutely. Duly noted.
Thank you.
Yes, in the back.
Thank you.
You got time for this one question, and then we're going to come back to George, the last one.
Oh, God. Good evening. My name is Adila Kareem Donaldson. I'm born, raised, and educated in Newark just all my life. I have a two-part question, and one is a statement in regards to communities and community schools. I had the honor and pleasure of working for communities and schools and community agency corporation for over 15 years that operated programs just like that for before, after school, and summer programs as well as weekends. So I've been attending some of the meetings and workshops that you've been having over the past several months. And very excited about the plan of having them implemented in the public school system because they do work. It's a unique opportunity to bring a full circle around family, school, and community with forming relationships with partners within the city to work in the school to help those parents and students change their lives for better. So I'm looking forward to this being implemented in as many schools as possible because when we had the opportunity to do it, it was in Camden Middle, Morton Street, and Quitman Street School, and I hope that if it's organized accordingly, or even better than what it was before, that it spreads throughout the city of Newark. One of the questions is to Ms. Wells is, how soon will this be implemented where there is a buy-in by teachers and principals as well? Because that worked very well when we had the support of principals and teachers who worked along with us, and it made everybody feel as one family. That's one question. The second is to the mayor regarding the lead and what needs to be done to the infrastructure. How can parents in this particular community, what are some of the suggestions that you or the panel may have to help make this expedite a lot faster than what is going now? Is there anything else that we can do to let other people know through Washington or through Trenton or wherever that the people are in support of what needs to be done for our children? I saw something maybe about 15, 20 years ago on South 20th Street between Springfield Avenue and 15th Avenue, and people were in vac suits and they were tearing down buildings that had lead. So now we're looking at this whole thing all over again. My major concern with the Newark Housing Authority is selling the buildings for the schools, and then what's going to be replaced there? How will you, if there's no action or things going on in that community now, how do you expect to sell the buildings that didn't turn around and these people coming and profit from it?
All right, we've got several questions, and then I think she named some of the people she wanted to answer.
Okay. One, I think that our local delegation, our SS delegation, you need to be in touch with them and let them know that you support Assemblywoman Huddle's bill out of Bergen County, and you want them to support that bill. And we want to accept the amendment which allows them to use the dollars for water infrastructure improvement throughout the state. I mean, that's important for us on a state level to begin. Look, USA Today said there was 2,000 municipalities where they found lead in the water of schools and children and nurseries. So obviously the federal government has to begin to invest in national infrastructure throughout the country. So that's a whole other discussion for our federal delegation as well. But for us, we have an opportunity that's not far away. There's a committee hearing on April the 4th. So we have an opportunity to get Valerie Huddle's bill, Assemblywoman Huddle's bill, out of the committee on April 4th and onto the floor of a larger body in April. So we have an opportunity to get this done this month, at least through the Assembly. And then, you know, the Senate, after that. So we have a very opportune moment to get this thing done. I'm not saying that the governor will not veto it, but what I am saying is that we can get it out there and begin to discuss it so we can put pressure on the Assembly, the Senate, and the governor's office to pass this bill all the way through. Because it hurts all New Jerseyans, not just the folks in Newark.
All right, and the last question is George.
Oh no, she has two questions. There was a question
I'm
about
sorry.
engagement. And I appreciate the question specifically about the engagement of teachers. We get reminded a lot that this is not happening in an ideal environment, and we're very clear about how the process is expedited and a whole lot of other things that are built into this community schools process. But the truth of the matter is that if we don't do it now, it's not going to get done, and it needs to get started now. That being said, we have the AFT and the NTU now intimately involved with the process, and they will be working at the building level to engage building reps, to work with teachers across the district, to get them to more familiar with community schools, and to help us develop inside of buildings cores of teacher advocates who will work to spread the news of the community schools, if you will, throughout their buildings, and help us get more of the teachers engaged in the process. As I think I said at the beginning, we are just formalizing our contract with the National Center for Community Schools. We anticipate that they will begin direct work with the schools on April 15th, and then from that point on, they will have individual calendars with each school that will be designed around the school's time schedule, and they will meet monthly, 2 times a month with school teams, have community engagement processes, and work to pull everybody into the needs assessment process and the planning process. What will be developed from this process is a 3-year implementation plan that we can expect to begin phasing in as of September. So, as I've said a couple of times to a few different people, it would be truly unfair to say to a principal or a school, in September you're going to be a community school. This is a transformation process, so we will begin to see in September some parts of the plan become actualized, and then over the next 3 years the school to work towards full implementation of the community school model that it has collectively decided it will implement.
Good evening. I just want to, the strategic planning meeting where we came up with a 3-year strategic plan, we identified the Amistad and the IB, the International Baccalaureate, to be a part of the curriculum in the upcoming, I don't know, it's the September, a part of the 3-year plan, but that part, the IB and the Amistad is supposed to be a part of the curriculum, a part of the strategic plan. That was I just wanted to share that. But my question was to Dr. Wells, our long-term plan with the community schools, the financial sustainability, how do you foresee us being able to sustain community schools throughout the district long-term?
So there's a couple of pieces to that. One is identifying the various funding sources that exist federally and statewide that can be reallocated or repurposed to support some of the initiatives in community schools. There's 21st century money, there's community schools money from the federal government, there's Title I money, and then there's also ways that across, and I don't think Mr. Kennard, this may be the first time he's going to hear this, but there's money across different departments, right, that are embedded in various funding streams. There's HUD money that can be used for after schools money. There's money in Health and Human Services that can be utilized to provide health services to children and families inside of schools. And so there's a citywide conversation that is to be had. It's not just about community schools, but it is about how do we come together to assess and analyze our resources and how we're using them to get to the kind of outcomes that we collectively want for our children, and to think about how we integrate resources and strategies so that we are directing them at key priorities and key areas where we will begin to move the needle on that. And so my office has started to do some funding analysis, and we'll be putting forward some proposals to the district as well as to the city about how to approach the financial sustainability issues over the next few years.
Okay, we're going to have let's give our panel a nice round of applause. Have you learned something tonight? We want to thank you all for coming, for being an intelligent, bright, sensitive, caring audience. If you want to learn more about community schools this Saturday, the Abbott Leadership Institute is having a class at Rutgers University. There's a flyer out on the table. Once again, it's good to see a lot of old timers out and some new folks as well. Thank you, Mayor, for having this.